and I mean a lot more open with you guys. I would tell you guys literally everything about my life, like the weird, uncomfortable, stupid things that nobody would want to know, and the things that are so deeply personal that no rational person would think to share them online. Yeah, I was more than willing to sit down and talk about all of it because I thought no one was watching and no one would care, which was very stupid. I came onto YouTube thinking that straight up nobody would care about this channel and no one would watch or respond to anything I was thinking, saying, or feeling, and spoiler alert, turns out I'm wrong, because there's literally almost 500,000 of you people here, and that makes me want to vomit. I went from no one would care about what I say to, oh dear lord, too many people care about what I say. I cannot emphasize enough how much that number behind my name makes me want to puke. But anyway, back to what we were talking about. Obviously something changed in the past year or so, and I figured it was time to let you guys know what happened to me that forced me to set up a lot more boundaries online, to the point where I refuse to let anyone outside of my family know what I do for work, what state I currently reside in, because hey, hi, hello, your girl moved, I'm no longer in Vegas, and I've made the decision to block all of my personal friends on most of my social media accounts so nobody can find anyone who's physically or emotionally close to me. Today I'm going to be talking about a fan who spent over a year of their life, as well as my own, lying to me, harassing me, making fake accounts to say genuinely abusive things to me, attacking my husband, going so far as to catfish me as someone who I knew in high school, using photos from that person's LinkedIn page, which they found by snooping through my LinkedIn page, and just going way too far with me in order to try to establish a friendship with me. I am going to be doing something that I haven't done in months, and that is telling you the story of how a fan catfished me, stole $5,000 from me, and faked having cancer. Because you know, that's apparently a fun and casual thing to do, akin to learning to knit, or some other hobby that people have. I mean, the same way I enjoy ranking candles personally and privately and making my friends' skincare routines without them asking for it, this beautiful hunka burning ass liked pretending to be a million different people at once in order to attack me for me to feel closer to them. And you know, we have to admire the creativity and the gumption that takes. I am genuinely trying to find a silver lining for this ass cloud, and that's the best I've got. Subscribe for more of me, genuinely rationalizing terrible behavior. I'm less than a minute into this video and I've already told you guys to subscribe and unsubscribe multiple times. This is going great. This is why I love story times. I do want to make it clear though before I get into it that just because I had one bad experience with a person who called themselves a fan of my own, that doesn't mean I'm putting this on everyone watching, subscribing, or what have you. I am not trying to say that this is what most people who I've interacted with online are like. This was one person, and the only reason I'm talking about what happened is because it was so gosh darn bonkers that it stands out in my mind, and I need to like expel the energy into the world. I have had so many amazing experiences with the majority of y'all that this situation just stands out as being so horrendous that I've literally had panic attacks about it. Again though, that's low-key normal for me. I had a panic attack recently because I found out that we have no idea where eels come from. We don't know where their reproductive organs are, or at least I think that's true. I saw TikTok's not reliable, but holy shit, we have no idea how they mate, and they just kind of are. So that's frightening. I'm scared of eels now. And do I think they're tiny sea demons that come directly from hell? Absolutely, but that's not what this video is about. So with that said, let's get into it. Like I said before, when I started YouTube, I was an open book, and I was very responsive to everyone and anyone. I was very much into responding to every comment, talking to every person who talked to me, and basically, I just existed to be acknowledged online in any capacity when I started this channel. I can say fairly confidently that I probably recognize or at least know the icons and names of the first 1,000 of my subscribers. Actually, no, first couple of thousand subscribers. I'm willing to bet money on that right now because that's how obsessive I was. Well, now I realize that I need to back away from social media in order to keep my sanity and, you know, interact with the world around me and keep my job. I would literally spend all day just talking to the people in the comments, talking to people on Twitter, and basically being the most annoying person you know who constantly has to post online about things that don't matter in order to feel relevant. Like truly, calm down, bitch. You don't need to tweet every time you fart because you thought of a witty one-liner that the internet just needs to know. You are not that brilliant. But in this case, I am bitch. The bitch is me, and I hate it here. I hate it here because it's true. But it was through being the most annoying life form on the internet that I met this person who, from here on out, we are going to call Jerry because I cannot think of another name right now. And please do not ask me why I can only think of the name Jerry, because yes, it is because I watched B-Movie and now can't stop thinking about how Jerry Seinfeld did that. But this isn't about B-Movie. This isn't about Jerry Seinfeld. This is about my fan, who we are now going to call Jerry. Jerry first commented on my creepiest commission ever video, and from the jump, I thought she was amazing. Like, I cannot emphasize how cool, funny, and just balls to the wall hilarious I thought this real life human person was. She had this way of writing these absolutely hysterical essays in the comment sections that were 100 times funnier than the videos themselves, and it didn't matter what I uploaded, she would always appear in the comment section with a Maria Bamford-esque comedy monologue. And for those of you who know Maria Bamford, you know that's hilarious. Straight up, I am willing to bet that if you were subscribed to me during that time, you probably remember one of the multiple comments that she left, because I was constantly pinning them and responding to them, and there would be hundreds of comments in response. Like, straight up, some of the comments that she left on my videos had more likes and more attention than my video had. That's how good they were. I would constantly look forward to seeing her comments and seeing her talk about herself and how she related whatever I was talking about to herself. And every time I would see her Hello Kitty icon pop on my screen, I was like, bet, Jerry's coming in at the clutch. Jerry has something fun to say. I cannot wait to see it. Jerry and I would go back and forth in the comment sections of my videos, with her constantly writing these hilarious stories, which, spoiler alert, probably never fucking happened because she's a pathological liar whose hobbies include lying about having cancer and being in an abusive relationship to get money out of me, but we aren't there yet. But we would go back and forth all the time. And during that time, I quickly felt like Jerry was my friend, not a fan or a viewer or whatever I call the people who watch me, because honestly saying that I have fans feels kind of sort of cringe. Not like none of you guys could pick me out of the lineup, so saying that I have any sort of like fans, fame, or clout, yeah, no. I don't. I'm currently braless, sitting in a sweatshirt with socks on. Like, this is not, no. Whatever we call the people who watch me consistently, that's what she was. And it was because we had this kind of connection, because I thought we were friends. When she went and followed me on Twitter and Instagram, I immediately followed her back without a second thought, which meant that she now had the ability to send me direct messages and know when they showed up in my inbox and know when I saw them, because it took a YouTuber getting mad at me for saying his thoughts on decriminalizing sex with animals was weird for me to learn how to turn red receipts off. But that's a whole nother topic, which I don't know, just imagine being mansplained to about why having sex with animals is apparently okay. That guy has 1 million subscribers. That was fucking weird, man. But again, back to the topic. But that, my sweet babies, is truly where our story begins, because from that point on, from when I started to follow Jerry on Instagram and Twitter, Jerry started to message me a lot. More than what I think most people would agree is the normal amount. Like, this human person was sending me hundreds, and I mean hundreds of messages per day, all day, every day. At one point, she quite literally sent me 500 messages in the span of 5 hours. But we aren't there yet. The messaging started out normal, the way most things do. Like, you don't start off the pot like going ape shit. That's not how life works. It was kind of like that thing when you want to boil a frog for whatever reason, that you slowly turn up the heat so the frog doesn't jump out of the pot. I don't know. Why are we boiling frogs, by the way? That's weird. But Jerry did that essentially through the DMs. She would send me memes on Twitter. We would send each other posts that we thought were funny and just generally talk about each other's day and things that were going on in our lives. She would send over video ideas of things she wanted me to post about, and we'd kind of talk about things the way normal people do all the time. And she would tell me crazy stories about her life and be like, you should make a video about this story time or this. And I was like, okay, cool. And then she would get mad that I didn't, but it was fine. And just because I'm a raging dipshit who literally has no survival instincts at all and would 100% die immediately in an apocalypse situation, I made the ludicrous decision to tell her where I was working at the time and other personal things about me that strangers online should not know. Not gonna say those things because they did bite me in the butt, and yeah, just don't make my mistakes, guys. Me telling her what my job was the most stupid one of all, though. And it was such a stupid move that after I got my new job that I currently work at, I made the decision not to tell anyone, and I mean anyone online, about it. Like, y'all know I have a job, but there is nary a soul on YouTube, online, even the people I trust, none of them know where I work, because I will never willingly give up that information. You want to know why that is? Because of Jerry, but we aren't there yet. Like I mentioned earlier, because I was spending so much time on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and social media in general, eventually it got to a point where it was a problem. And eventually my husband took me aside and let me know that I hadn't really been an active participant in my own life. He told me that I was using social media as a crutch to hide away from the sad realities of our homeless situation, and he basically told me by hiding behind social media, I was allowing whatever problems that were causing me to want to hide to grow and not actively trying to solve those issues. And when your issues are a huge amount of debt and crippling depression and homelessness, it's very easy to see why I was trying to hide from those very intense things. When I was looking at the nice comments on YouTube, I was not actively thinking about the man who tried to break in my car while I was sleeping alone in it, and how genuinely terrifying that was for me. When I was thinking about a fun video concept I have and how I was going to make it happen, I didn't have to think about how the cops would probably kick me out of the parking lot I was sleeping in, and I would have to drive around for the rest of the night until I had to work for 8 hours on no sleep. It was such a distraction for the problems I had that I didn't want to deal with it, and I needed to put as much time into solving those problems as I was into making content that was not making me any money. Because fun fact, at that time, I was not making any money. That's how early on in YouTube this was. So after my husband told me that, I made the decision that I was going to heavily limit my time on socials. I, at the age of 25, turned into my mother and essentially grounded myself and made it a point that I would only use social media for an hour or so per day, unless I was uploading a video that day. Then I would be up like maybe for 2 hours. Like, I don't know, just going crazy. I'm like a woman who like really wants a serving of fries but has to make sure her friends are down for it. That was me with social media. Great. I would go online when I wanted to tweet and talk to people, but for the most part, I started to devise a plan of how to get us out of homelessness and into an apartment, which involved me getting a second job to work alongside YouTube and my other job. That way I could save up more so we can move into a place where the cost of living wasn't astronomical. But you are probably wondering why I'm talking about that and not about Jerry. Well, you see, because I made the decision to stop being on social media as much and stop responding to literally everything I was being tagged in by everyone and their mother's butts, I had kind of stopped talking to Jer Bear. I didn't stop talking to her completely. I just stopped spending hours a day going back and forth with her and responding to every single message she sent because I had other things that I needed to work on. I truly did not think that would be a big deal, but I also told her why I wasn't responding as much, and I was very clear by saying, hey, I don't hate you. Here's the tea. This is what I'm doing. I'm probably not going to be as responsive. And I thought because we were casually friends who spoke on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube that she'd be like, oh, all right, I feel you. That's fine. You are a person with a life outside of the internet. Go be free, you little bird. I thought she was gonna set me free like a little bird, but no, that was not the case at all. In response to me telling her, hey, hi, hello, I need to step away, Jerry went ham. Jerry decided to start messaging me hundreds of times a day. I started waking up to at least 100 messages from her, saying everything and anything to get my attention. She started to say that I had changed, that I didn't care about her or any of my fans anymore, which again, cringe to say that I have fans, especially then, because I was just starting out, but cool, all right. She would also say that YouTube fame had changed me as a person, even though at the time, I believe YouTube still had not monetized my channel, and I had barely, nobody knew me. Like, I wasn't, what fame? Like, that's Even now, I am still super tiny in YouTube terms. So to say that I have any sort of clout, fame, or whatever to have changed me, that's kind of a little bit bonkers. Like, I feel like more people dislike me than like me, man. She would, like, it's just not factual. But Jerry would continue. She would send me message upon message of abuse, and then followed up right after with, hey, how you doing? As if she hadn't just gone off on me and read me to filth. And sometimes she would apologize for it, that she wasn't in the right headspace and all this stuff, but no, she would just continue. And seeing those messages kind of affected me, because as someone who has over 100 unread text messages from multiple different people, because I refuse to open up context because seeing those numbers and that little blue line stresses me out, it was, not a fun time for me. If I didn't respond to her DMs in what she thought was a timely manner, or if I had posted a tweet between the last time she had sent me a DM and I hadn't responded to that DM, I was getting my ass taken off of my body, put on a platter, and handed to me by her. Should I have blocked her at that point? Of course. But did I block her? No. Because truly, my mind is made of Legos. Just kidding. My mind is made of flesh and bone, just like yours. Trust me, I'm a human. Because of her constant barrage of messages where she was saying that I'm a hateful cunt and everything under the sun about me, even venturing to open our DMs became really stressful for me. I knew what was going to be in there when I opened it, and I knew it was going to suck an entire unwiped ass. And so I opted to just not open it anymore. Even the concept of opening those DMs turned into an all-time stressful endeavor. And as an adult, I just did what most mature adults do, and that is ignore the problem until it festers or kills me. Which, yes, is a joke, but that's literally how I live my life. Also, I'm pretty sure if I would have continued to ignore her, she would have killed me, but we aren't there yet. I decided to ignore the issue the same way I always do, and for like 2 weeks or so, she was messaging me at minimum 100 times a day. Like, I was getting so many notifications that I had to turn all of my Twitter notifications off. I had to turn everything off just to avoid her and just to avoid having to see her messages pop up on my screen telling me that I'm terrible, telling me that my husband's terrible, telling me everything painful and gross about myself. But then something odd happened. Jer Bear, our sweet lovely Jerry, stopped messaging me. I started to notice that when I would open my Twitter app, that she wasn't always at the top of my messages, meaning she wasn't sending me a message every 30 minutes or so like she used to. And I started to feel an odd kind of relief that only really comes when you're ignoring a persistent problem and it suddenly goes away. Like when I woke up with half my face swollen and I just ignored it. Could it be a real issue that I should seek medical help for? Sure, but it's gone now. So according to the laws of the land, I'm fine. She stopped messaging me, but then something even weirder happened. I was still incredibly small this time, especially on Twitter, which has always been the smallest platform I have had social media wise. And that was when I had it because I deleted it. But over the next couple weeks, after she stopped messaging me, after I stopped getting messages every 30 minutes, I started to be tagged publicly in some really, really gross, heinous shit. Like, there were a group of people tagging me in videos of animal abuse. There were people sending me really triggering images of self-harm. There were people who were messaging me constantly about how they wanted to see my head on a spike, telling me that my husband deserves better. He hates me. I should hurt myself. And these commenters knew so much about me, and they were injuring me with like words that were so personal, like things that like only a close friend knows would hurt. And oddly enough, they had information that I hadn't put out to the public, that I had really only told Jerry about. It was almost as if all of those people were her in disguise, sending me messages that she knew would trigger me because she was mad at me for ignoring her and wanted me to relapse into unhealthy coping mechanisms. But we aren't there yet. Did I realize at the time that all of the things that these people were telling me were things that I hadn't shared publicly and I really only told her and some close friends to me? No, I didn't. Because despite me having the audacity to come online and make money off my opinions, I have a very small, stupid brain that won't notice things happening right in front of me until they're pointed out for me. These accounts started cropping up and coming at me sideways, left, right, whatever. And despite me never replying, despite me never talking back to them or drawing any attention to them on the advice from other YouTuber friends who had gone through similar things, Jerry would always, without fail, somehow see their comment and respond to them, defending me, telling them to shut the fuck up, telling me that she knew me personally, and all the things they were saying about me, they were just plain false, and they needed to get a clue. And it was weird because she kept finding these accounts despite me never tagging in them, never drawing attention to them, never uttering that this was happening to me. She found them without fail. It's almost like she found those tweets that no one would draw attention to or see because she was actually the one behind the accounts and was searching them out, but we aren't there yet. She started to get into legit fights with seemingly this group of people who hated me, apparently, telling them that they don't know me and just generally going to bat for me against them. And then, of course, because this is the internet, they would start to go after her, attacking her from everything, her skin color, her appearance, and everything under the sun. And just like before, when they were attacking me, it seemed like those people knew a lot about Jerry, even though she was, by all means, not a public figure who no one would really know these deep, nuanced things about. It was almost like it was her insulting herself publicly in order to make it look real, but we're not there yet. Now, when this was happening, I was being tagged in every single one of the tweets back and forth with these people. I was being tagged in every tweet that was sent by these people to me, to Jerry, and seeing as there was seemingly a group of people who was literally telling me that I should go back to hurting myself in order to deal with stress rather than post on YouTube, I was kind of getting a fair bit overwhelmed. Like, that's not how I wanted to spend my hour or so on social media. I personally just wanted it all to stop, and the only way I could think of to do that was to mute the accounts that were tagging me and talk to Jerry one-on-one so she would also stop responding. So I did that. After weeks of not responding to her hundreds of daily messages, I reached out to her and basically just said, hey, thank you for defending me. I'm sorry all these people are saying all these terrible things about you, but I think you need to stop responding to them and giving them attention because it's just making things worse, not only for you, but to me. I went over how I muted the accounts and I had muted any mentions of self-harm, animal abuse in my Twitter settings, and I told her she should do the same and I showed her how. And then Jerry, Jerbear, our little liar superstar, she told me that she was sorry she was being so responsive to the people attacking me, and she was sorry that she was being so hateful and aggressive in previous messages. But she had been going through a lot, and she currently is going through a lot because she had been diagnosed with cancer and she could not afford to get treatment and was very obviously emotional about that, which, if true, would of course be understandable. She apologized for her action, told me. She said she was just in a dark place and she had used me as an outlet for her anger, and she just wanted to defend me as a way of apologizing. Now, I, like most people, have been personally affected by cancer multiple times over. Cancer is one of the deadliest and most serious diseases, and seeing as I watch multiple people I love battle it, I take it very, very, very seriously. So when someone tells me, hey, I have cancer, my first thought isn't, let me fact check this and ask this person everything under the sun to make sure they aren't a lying liar who's in fact lying. My immediate response is, how can I help? And Jerry asked if I could send her some money so she could afford treatment. And without even considering anything, I said yes. Was I homeless? Yes. Was I really in the position to send anyone money? No. But when this occurred, I had literally just been monetized on YouTube, and I decided that the money I made on the platform would be better used if I gave it to Jerry. And so my entire first YouTube chat I sent to her. Oh, I also, okay, this is important to the story. I swear I'm not going on a side tangent, but I forgot to mention that something else happened while all of this was going on. But randomly, out of fucking nowhere, a Twitter Twitter account popped up of a girl that I went to high school with, or supposedly it was of a girl who I went to high school with. Now, this girl and I, when we were in high school, had never been close. In fact, I would venture to say we hated each other because she was a very type A, very put together student council person, and she thought that I was an idiot. Which real, okay, I see it. Like, this girl did not like me, and while I wouldn't say she bullied me, she was very, very upfront with the fact that she didn't like me and would often talk shit about me in front of me as if I wasn't even there. Like, it wasn't bullying, but like, she was a jackass. I was a jackass. So like, we don't get along. It's fine. So when a Twitter that had her photo on it and her name attached to it popped up in my Twitter mentions saying, "Hey Shannon, remember me? I'm Natalie from high school. I'd love to catch up." I was a little bit confused. I was a lot of bit confused actually, because why would she want to catch up with me? That doesn't make sense. So I ignored her completely, because even if this was the person who I thought it was, I wouldn't want to catch up with her. She sucked ass. We don't like each other. Neither of us would have wanted that if she was real. So I ignored her. I only bring that up because later I found out that that account was run by, you guessed it, Jerry. But we aren't there yet, even though we kind of are there, even though I haven't said we aren't there yet in a while. And I feel like I've said it a lot this video. Take a shot every time I say we aren't there yet. So Jerry asked me for money for treatment, and I of course said yes. And something I noticed when I sent Jerry the money via PayPal was the fact that the person it was actually sent to was not named Jerry. She had given me her email for the money transfer, and it said, oh god, I have to think of another name. It's a human name. It said Fiona. I literally just thought of Shrek, but that's all right. We'll go with it. So when she gave me the email and I put it in and it had an account for someone named Fiona, I asked Jerry about it, and Jerry said, oh, it's an old account with a joke name, but it is hers and I should send the money over to it anyway. So I was like, that's super weird, but okay, sure, bet I will. Jerry thanks me and talks about how she's so excited to start treatment, and we started talking again regularly. Namely because, again, if you are a person in my life, even on the periphery, even if you're like a friend of a friend, and you tell me, hey, I'm going through a really hard time and I need to talk to someone about things, I'm gonna be there for you. That's my main gig. My therapist straight up says I have an unhealthy need to mask my own problems with others and help them fix it in order to feel good about myself, but like, fuck her, I'm totally fine. Just kidding, I'm actively working on this in therapy and making sure I have my ducks in a row before offering to help others now. Therapy, it's helpful. For the next couple of months, Jerry and I started talking consistently again, namely about what she's going through, the cancer, and what's going on with it, and every so often, she would ask me for more money. She would tell me something like something went wrong with her car and she needed money to fix it, that her landlord was close to kicking her out on the street and she needed to escape her abusive boyfriend because she hadn't paid rent and all this stuff, and so on and so forth. It got to the point where I was sending her a fair chunk of change every month in order to help her along with things. And mind you, once again, I was still very much homeless, still trying to get myself out of debt, and just, you know, being financially stupid. I couldn't really afford to do that, and I also didn't want to say no because I felt like I would be leaving my friend high and dry, and what she was going through ultimately felt more important than what I was going through. Now, everything was going along easy peasy lemon squeezy for a couple of months, but then something happened in my life that I'm frankly not comfortable talking publicly about, and this thing took a lot out of me. Like where I previously had the emotional energy to spend on other people and work my 2 jobs and do YouTube and all of that, this took all of the wind out of all of my sails, and I just kind of couldn't anymore. Basically, I just couldn't do everything that I had been doing that I thought I was fine doing. I realized I was exhausted, so I took a small step back. And by small, I mean I went and quit one of the jobs, and I opted to once again cut back on social media, but this time like so much more than before. I didn't make any announcements. I didn't make it a big thing. I just said, okay, all right, I'm going to dip. I'm not going to upload. I'm not going to post. I need a break. And I did. I took a break. I think I spent about 2 weeks or so not checking my socials too much, not responding to people, and I just kind of mentally checked out, just fully. I was fully not there, and I didn't post to YouTube, Insta, or anywhere. I just kind of left. And just like before, when I had stepped away for my own reasons, Jerry decided the appropriate response was to absolutely flood my inbox hundreds of times a day, telling me that I was a bad friend, that I didn't actually care for her, and that once again, YouTube fame has changed me. And she basically said everything you could say to a person to hurt their feelings and make them feel like they are terrible. She said it all, and she said it with her entire chest. I was very grateful to have my husband because he muted all my social media accounts. I didn't have them on my phone. Our phone, we share a phone, but I didn't have any of the socials on our phone. I wasn't looking at them. It wasn't until I came back that I, witnessed what she had been saying, and I knew if I had seen it at the time, it would have rocked me. And just like before, suddenly, out of nowhere, seemingly out of nowhere, I had a plethora of new accounts starting to follow me, only to reply to my tweets with graphic images of animal abuse, self-harm, and more. And suddenly I was getting messages nonstop for people who were not only aware of things like my brother dying, but how he died, which I don't think I've ever said publicly. All these people knew all these things about me, and they were saying things like it's good that he died when he did. That way he didn't have to see me turn into, quote, such a disappointment, which I know like I can be emo at times, but I know that's false. It just bothers me that someone is willing to bash bastardize the memory of like the best person I know because they don't like me. My brother was proud of me for being an outspoken person who doesn't break or bend. He was proud of me when I had literally nothing to be proud of. He was proud of me just for existing and being who I am and being uncompromising. He's still proud of me to this day, and the assertion otherwise is so fucking stupid and obnoxious. You don't know shit about my brother, and it pisses me off more than anything that people try to use his memory that way. That's fucking stupid. When I did finally make the decision to come back online after a 2 to 3 week break, I was met with over 2,000 messages from Jerry, ranging from, hey, where'd you go, to I hope you die in a fire. And I was also met with the plethora of extremely dark, triggering tweets saying a lot of dark, depraved shit, telling me to kill myself, all of that. But this time, I had taken a break away. I had taken the time that I needed for myself, and I ended up noticing a couple of things. First off, one of the accounts that had popped up that was literally made so for the sole purpose of telling me to hurt myself for their viewing pleasure, it had popped up as belonging to someone in my contacts list, meaning that someone who I knew personally, someone whose account was attached to my email and my phone, was behind the account, which, you know, is low-key terrifying. And can you guess whose email was directly attached to the account? Can you guess whose email that I had saved in my contacts list because I had gone out of my way to send that person money to that email? Can you guess who it was? If you guessed Fiona Jerry lying McLiar pants, then you would be right. Second off, multiple of the messages had information that literally no one besides Jerry knew online. Like, these people had literally said things that were so nuanced, so personal, so fucking real that I actually sat down and wrote a list of everyone who I told that particular thing to, everyone who was on social media that I told that thing to, and there was literally only one person who knew about it and was willing to weaponize it. Like, the only other people who knew about that thing were legitimately close family members, and I'm sorry, I don't think my mom is cyberbullying me. She loves me. That is not happening. And then third, and probably the biggest giveaway of all, was the fact that one of the messages that she had sent me privately, going off on me, saying that I was a bad friend and that YouTube had changed me and whatnot, it was word for word the same as a tweet I had gotten from one of her public troll accounts. It was same, like 1v1, she had sent the same message privately to me that she had sent publicly from a troll account. The only difference was the tweet that was sent publicly to me, she attached a video of someone injuring themselves, telling me that I should also do it. So, you know, that wasn't the smartest move. That wasn't the best thing to do. If you're going to run like 15 troll accounts dedicated to sending someone hate, it's smart if you don't also send that person privately the same message from your real account when you're trying to make yourself seem like a white knight. Like, that's so stupid. But so is feeling the need to make 15 troll accounts to send someone hate just because they're ignoring you. Now I know what you guys are thinking. You're thinking, Shannon, how did you respond to all of this? This person spent a good portion of their life and your life lying to you, sending you abuse from other accounts, telling you to kill yourself, saying things that they knew would be triggering to you that you had told them privately about so that you would hurt themselves. How in the world did you respond to this person? Did you scream? Did you yell? Did you put your stiletto on their dick until they beg you to stop? No, my sweetest dude. I did maybe the laziest response possible, and I just screenshotted the tweet that they had sent from the troll Twitter, the message they had sent me privately that was word for word the same, and I just wrote, "This you?" No fanfare, nothing exciting, just a quick call out to let her know, hey my dude, I put some things together, and you're gonna either have to lie big time or just admit it. It was maybe the laziest response to all the effort she had put in, but I felt like it was fair. And surprisingly, despite her love of lying, because she's in fact a liar, she immediately copped to it. Jerry wrote back and was like, yeah, it is. That was me. My bad. Which I was like, like, how do you respond to that? I don't know. But I had to imagine that was like a big moment for her, seeing as she was so down to lie about everything else. Just that, like, that moment of telling the truth, it must have been a moment. She must have been like, okay, fine. She went on to say that she, Chair Bear, Fiona Jerry McLiar, had been pushed to do it because of the stress she was going through fighting MS for all of this time, and she just simply couldn't cope, and she had to put an outlet somewhere. She had to do something, and she felt positively awful about it, but on the other hand, it made her feel better and all this stuff. She said she had lost the passwords to all of the troll accounts as well, even though earlier that day, literally an hour before I responded calling her out, she had tweeted some pretty derogatory things from the troll accounts towards me. But she said she lost the passwords and she can't delete any of them, and she's sorry. Now, there's a lot wrong with those statements, but maybe, just maybe, you noticed something was off, like a big thing was off with what I just said, which is what she told me. That maybe, just maybe, you also noticed something that I did about her reasoning as to why she spent her time harassing me nonstop. Because whereas she had always stated she was fighting cancer and needed money for her cancer treatment, she had changed it to saying she was fighting multiple sclerosis, which, fun fact, is what my mother has had since I was in 3rd grade, which she knows about because I told her that. She accidentally forgotten what disease she had told me she was fighting, because, spoiler alert, she wasn't fighting any disease. She was a perfectly healthy human woman who was literally just using using me for money. And you bet your bottom motherfucking dollar, Annie, that I called her out on that, because that is the most fucking disgusting fuck shit I've ever heard. After a grueling back and forth, it was like pulling teeth. She finally admitted she lied. She admitted to making up parts of her life and her backstory in order to get me to talk to her, lying about things that do not matter. And of course, eventually also using my old LinkedIn page that she found to find people I used to go to high school with in order to catfish me and try to be my friend on another account, which is, oh my, like, what is a step beyond bonkers? Is it boinkers? I don't know. Like, I don't even know what to classify this as, because that's how stupid it was. She had lied to me about so many different things as well. Like, so many things that I don't have time to get into right now. Like, she said she had an abusive relationship and like she had a dog. She doesn't have a dog. Why do you lie about having a dog? Like, I don't, it's just, she lied about everything. Things that literally do not matter and have never mattered before. So, just in case any of you cool cats or kittens were wondering why I'm more closed off on social media now, this right here, this is why. This is going to sound so stupid because all the shit I've talked about, but I genuinely still want to assume the best in people. So it never occurred to me that she could possibly be lying about this until it literally slapped me in the face with its dick that was what's going on. As it stands now, after Jerry and I's last conversation, she deleted literally everything. You know those accounts she said she lost the password to and couldn't delete if she tried? Yeah, she deleted those. Easy peasy, because she didn't lose the accounts because she's a liar. And everything, the account of the person who she pretended went to high school with me, her account, her YouTube comment, like all of it was gone. However, a couple months ago, before I deleted my Twitter officially, I was notified that the email that she used for PayPal, the one that gave her away beforehand, had been used again, and she had made a brand new account, one that was dedicated to sending another YouTuber a fair bit of hate. And I made sure to contact them and let them know everything I had gone through. That way they could call her out the same way I had done. So that's it. That's the whole situation. It's been so long since I've done a story time that I actually don't remember how to end it. But if you made it this far into the video, leave a comment saying use code EMBIRD at G Fuel for 10% off or something. I genuinely think it'd be funny if this entire comment section said that and people found this video and was like, I thought this was an intense story time about
I don't wanna miss a beat, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. high. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven to my eyes. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You and your wicked ways. You and your Sit out your touch. I can never feel so much. Don't wanna leave a sit between. 'Cause when you knock me in, I'm in for life. Don't care, it's a cruel paradise. Say you'll be mine. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You and your wicked ways. I'm feeling so hollow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? And you were fool's gold. Oh my God. Yes, I did. like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. fell and lost to the war. Shot me dead, I was lost and sad to the voices in my head. I gotta get up again, I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up again. I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up again. Look into my eyes, my heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love is far to come. Your love is far. Running at the speed of light, kissing and receiving lights. Calls me in this point in time, but it just goes on. Running at the speed of light, kissing and receiving lights. Calls me in this point in time, but it just goes on. Gotta get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. line. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the sky. When the lights are out, my heart is your home. free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer, while we're so ashamed to be alive. Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in the way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows, shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in their shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in their way. Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low. Time is running out, and I can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no light if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss you. You shake my mind. think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven to my eyes. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways. Sit out your touch. I can never feel so much. Don't wanna leave us in between. 'Cause when you lock me in, I'm in for life. Don't care, it's a cruel paradise. Say you'll be mine. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways. Turn around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You and your wicked ways. Rising up like the phoenixes, I'm tired of pushed undergrounds. Speaking my heart like it really is, 'cause I can't take another no. I see, I like, I go, I get, no one can hold me back. I see, I like, I go, I get, go, I get, go, I get, go, I get now. when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you play far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold. hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no, it's been a roller coaster, but you stayed. And now I'm taking over for the day. 'Cause I can be what you wanna be, and I can feel but you lie for me. Take me to a place I'm calling for. Open up the doors I'm knocking on. Oh, 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 oh. I'm losing control. Be the one to lead my fantasy. Show you, baby, your hands all over me. No, I'll never let go. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. Go. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. And I'm losing my mind for the days. 'Cause you and I will never fade. And I could be what you wanna be, and I can feel but you lie for me. Take me to a place I'm calling for. Open up the doors I'm knocking on. No, I'm losing control. Be the one to leave my fantasy. Show you crave your hands all over me. No, I'll never let go. 'Cause now I'm falling from the beginning. I didn't know what we had, I didn't see clearly. Fog in the headlights holding me back. If I could help it be, telling you to let me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the last time, I wouldn't have said what I said. 'Cause I said goodbye. We let it slide, but no us. We say goodbye. 'Cause I say goodbye. We let it slide, but no us. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. We say I don't do this often, you caught me off guard. All of my friends said you moved out west. You tell me stories underneath sunsets. Could it be more than just one night? Kissing the cab ride, head turning left, right. Get a ticket for two to wherever you choose. Drinking some red out of the blue. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in talk myself down, 'cause right now the walls are starting to cave in. Sometimes I wish I was somebody else when my mind starts misbehaving. It's when I tell myself, okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on moving, even on the bad days. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Every time I run away, catches up somehow. But I've been learning what to say, so I talk myself down. 'Cause right now the walls are starting to cave in. Sometimes I wish I was somebody else when my mind starts misbehaving. It's when I tell myself, okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on moving, even on the bad days. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Just gotta keep on breathing, even when your lungs run out of air. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. It's when I tell myself, okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on rolling, even on the bad days. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on breathing, even when your lungs run out of air. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Okay, baby, you'll be okay. You just gotta keep on. Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep Open wounds and closing doors. Been here before, not again. We cannot hide our nasty scars. Too many sorries. What would happen now if you say you won't know if you walk away? Only heaven will play our song. Now before you go, can you tell me where the hope has gone? Can you tell me where the love went wrong? Do you remember what it sounds like? We can turn the love back on. We can turn the love back on. We can turn the love back on. Power's out, the truth unfolds. Our naked souls, once again, can make us work with broken parts and silent heartbeats. What would happen now if you say you won't know if you walk away? Only heaven will play our song. Now before you go, can you tell me where the hope has gone? Can you tell me where the love went wrong? Do you remember what it sounds like? We can turn the love back on.
Be sure to follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/MatthewSantoro to catch all of my daily live streams. It's the first link in the description.
Ah, you've returned. Well, I guess it's time for Uncle Matt to tell you a bedtime story.
Here are the 5 scariest creepypastas that will keep you up at night. Part 3. Number 5 is The Woman. Written by Brian A. Young, this story tells the account of a police detective named Officer Smith, who upon investigating a missing persons case, discovers something otherworldly and disturbing that he could have never imagined. Detective Smith opens by explaining that every detective has one case that haunts them. It's a difficult job that deals with the cold hard truth and the evil that's within some people. Most cases end similarly in that they end happy, except for today, when a case of a missing girl was dropped on his desk. His superior, Detective Evelyn Joss, had given him a very special case that was appointed to him by the Chief of Police himself, and told special attention was to be given to it. Her name was Faye Mizuki, a typical 15-year-old girl. She was described as quiet, polite, and never stuck out from her group of friends. After interviewing several acquaintances and her own family, nothing seemed to stand out, meaning one of 2 things. Everything that people knew about this girl was wrong, or she had been taken. With not much to go on, Smith decided to talk to her principal and teachers, one of whom, Mr. Berkeley, divulged to Smith that Faye had a best friend in class that had not been mentioned to him before from her parents or even her other friends, a blonde girl named Hannah Sterling. Hannah, as it turns out, had a history of drug dealing, running away, multiple suspensions from school, and a long list of other offenses. Nobody that anyone would expect Faye to be hanging around with. Detective Smith knew that the answer laid with her. So he went to her house to interview her, but Hannah was less than pleased to see a cop. Barely willing to speak with Smith, she finally divulged that Faye had been talking to a boy named Walter, an older boy who looked disheveled, with bags under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in weeks. After some more investigating, he discovered the boy's location and full name, Walter Crane. Immediately, he went to his school to interview him, and when he got into the room, Walter almost instantly looked nervous and guilty. The reports of him were accurate. He was skinny, smelled like cigarettes, struggled to even make eye contact, and looked disheveled. His loose-fitting clothes and pale skin revealed that he was dealing with something serious. After being pressed, the boy revealed that Hannah had sold him and Faye weed, but that he needed it to sleep because something deep was troubling him. Something was, in fact, hunting him. A thing that he could not accurately describe was visiting him every night, getting closer and closer to taking him. That's when he met Faye, and knowing he needed someone to take his place, brought her one night to the creature's home, where she became the one that the creature cared about. The one the creature ultimately took. After learning of the location, Smith took a 45-minute drive to a dilapidated house out in the middle of a random plot of land surrounded by nothing. It was a haunting place with a single farmhouse that emanated a pungent odor, like something was rotting inside of it. Upon entering, his worst fears were confirmed. Various dead bodies were strewn about. Most of them appeared to be animals, but some were human, and most of them very young. But that is when things truly became horrifying. Upon looking up, he saw a massive 4-legged spider scurrying from the ceiling into one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. It was 9 feet long and had a body the size of a polar bear, yet it had smooth skin with long black hair and the head of a human. He ran upstairs, weapon drawn, where he immediately met face to face with the horrific creature. Her body, despite being massive, was rail thin with loose hanging gray skin and arms that dragged behind her on the ground. She had an eyeless face and a mouth that had corners that drooped far past her chin in a permanently distorted frown. Inside of her mouth, she was sucking on a skull with her long gray tongue wrapped entirely around it, and milky, viscous saliva dripped from her mouth as she moved it around. And that's when he saw her. Faye Mizuki, lying on the ground, her eyes rolling into the back of her head, covered in dirt. But the creature wouldn't just let him have her, and smacked the weapon out of his hands and wrapped her ice-cold fingers around his throat. Slamming him against the wall, she whispered,
"Get out."
Smith ran back to his car and called for backup immediately. Quickly, the other officers arrived, but oddly, so did the police chief. Asking what he was doing there, the chief calmly lit a cigarette and told Smith to go home, as they would handle it from there. "Go home, Smith," he said. "We'll handle things from here. You've worked hard on the case, and it looks like you've been beaten up a bit. Detective Joss will be on the scene soon to tie up loose ends." That night, Smith tossed and turned, unable to get the horrific figure out of his head. The next day, he went into the chief's office and sat down, and what he was told was something he could have never imagined. He was told to ignore the file entirely, as if it never existed. He was told that several cases like this have existed before, but that the public could not know about it because it would cause mass panic. They can't fight these creatures, so all that they do is burn down their home and drive them into a more secluded area, away from harming anyone else. As it turns out, the purpose of this story was to let everyone know that these creatures exist, and that the truth is being kept from the public. He intends on sharing more of these stories going forward, but most importantly for us to remember, when you hear something go bump in the night, don't think for a second that it can't reach out and drag you away. Stay safe, everyone. Number 4 is the Devil's Toy Box. This story is about a young man named Joel who got an email from an old friend asking if he could help out their younger sister, an 18-year-old girl named Erin in northern Louisiana. Where Erin grew up, there was a Halloween attraction that went up annually called Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard. It was usually pretty tame, so this particular year, the owners decided to set up a new attraction, something called the Devil's Toy Box. It was a bright fire-red shack that housed a small room composed of large wall-sized mirrors according to the email. Less than a week after opening, however, the entire orchard was shut down by authorities because numerous people were being hospitalized after going into the box. Nobody could last more than 5 minutes in that room. Only one man, a 52-year-old father of 3 named Roger Heltz, managed to last just over 4 minutes and is now a wide-eyed mute. One woman suffered a heart attack after just 90 seconds in the box, and a 17-year-old boy was dragged out, kicking and screaming, where he killed himself just 2 weeks later. All of that was enough to get Farmer Graves shut down. But this only made people more intrigued, to the point where the entire town was talking about the Devil's Toy Box. Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard was owned by a middle-aged couple named Will and Darlene Sawyer. When the town council ordered the Sawyers to shut down the orchard, they were so angered that they left most of the attractions still standing, including the box. The entire thing was located at the rear of their property and was only accessible by a narrow 2-lane dirt road. Knowing where it was, Erin's boyfriend Troy went there with some friends, and Erin hadn't seen him since. Joel decided to help and invited his friends Jason and Gretchen to join him in the 3-hour car ride to meet Erin. When they arrived around 10 p.m., they picked up Erin, said their hellos, and went straight to the attraction. It all appeared to be your traditional haunted attraction. Brightly colored plywood shacks lined the vacant fields with fake cobwebs and Halloween decorations that covered the trees. They passed several games until they finally saw it, the red box that had so many terrorized, the Devil's Toy Box. The group grabbed some chairs that were lined up against the huge box and waited for the Sawyers to arrive, as it was said anyone who came to see the box they would allow in, trespassing or not. But upon sitting down, Gretchen immediately panicked as the reality of the situation sunk in, and she asked Jason to take her back to the car. All that was left was Erin and Joel, and that's when Will Sawyer suddenly appeared. They showed him a picture of Erin's boyfriend and asked if he had seen him, to which he replied yes, that he had in fact entered the box, lasted only 3 minutes, and ran off screaming into the dark woods. Will then asked if they wanted to see the inside of the box, and opened the padlock that kept the doors sealed. And that's when they saw it, something vaguely human moving inside of the box. Panicked, Joel and Erin ran back to the car just in time for Jason to see them, but it was too late. Something was chasing them, making a horrible scraping sound. And before Joel could get inside the car, it took him. Something was dragging him, paralyzed, through the forest. That's when he suddenly felt a whoosh of air on his face and the lights in front of him. He was in the Devil's Toy Box. The room had a thick sheet of transparent plexiglass as a floor, layered over a mirror identical to the ones that made up the ceiling and walls. With the doors shut, the mirrors had infinite reflections, and the thin fluorescent bulbs ran between the crevices where each mirror met the next, washing the room and its endless reflections in a pale yellow light. Joel looked down to see a chasm of reflections that made his head spin. But when he looked up, he saw something that he could not comprehend. It was his own reflection speaking to him.
Joel, you're his now.
But something was moving around behind his reflection and was climbing up through the corridor of reflections, making its way towards him quickly. Banging on the entrance wall, it got close until suddenly Joel woke up, still seated outside of the box. Joel had in fact nodded off. Aaron told him that he had been asleep for about 30 minutes and that the Sawyers still had not shown up. They decided to go to the house themselves to get the ordeal over with. Knocking on the door, it was answered by Darlene Sawyer, who invited them in as she knew that they were there for the box. Joel asked if Will would be joining them, but Darlene informed him that he had killed himself the night before. After expressing their condolences, which fell upon the emotionless face of Miss Sawyer, they showed her a picture of Troy, to which she said she'd never seen him, but that he may have been there, and that she regrets having the idea to build the box in the first place. Darlene explained that she had been very sick, and that Will had somehow summoned a demon to help, and that it agreed to if they built a room of mirrors and got people to go inside of it. She also said that some of the men who went in were kept under their house, under a trap door. She brought them to it and opened it for the two to discover multiple sick-looking men, but no Troy. That's when one of them grabbed Joel by the ankle and pulled him down into the filth. And again, Joel woke up, this time screaming. This time he had been sitting beside Jason, still beside the box. He had had a nightmare inside of a nightmare. Joel asked where the girls were, and Jason didn't know what he was talking about, that they didn't go out there with any girls, and that Gretchen had broken up with him a month prior. That's when Jason suddenly put the barrel of a shotgun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Shocked and panicked, Joel began to run when he saw Jason's lifeless body following him. It was draped over one of the games as he passed it. It was under the car as he got into it, and it was even in his lobby when he got home. There was no escaping the headless body of his friend that was waiting for him. Joel, now losing his mind, ran up and into his apartment when something began trying to open the door from the outside. Joel knew that these were his final moments as he began backing away from the door, but then something unexpected happened. Something crashed through it. It was Jason in Joel's car, except he was no longer in his apartment, but he was in the box. Joel had only spent 25 seconds in the Devil's Toy Box. He had been in there the entire time. Jason, knowing something was wrong, crashed into it to help him escape, dropped Aaron back off at their home, and left that area forever. He was never able to help Aaron find her boyfriend, but that wasn't what worried him the most. It was that to this day, Troy worries that every day he'll wake up and be in front of that box. Number 3 is Every Year on My Birthday, I Have to Die. Written by Richard Saxon, he tells the story of how he was caught in a time loop of sorts, where he's bound to continuously die every year on his birthday, with horrible consequences for all of those around him. His first experience with death was on the 18th of August in 2006, when he was suddenly stabbed by a madman in a pub. He was simply there to celebrate his birthday, but suddenly he felt someone punch him in the side. Except he only thought it was a punch. That was until he felt warmth and a rapid stream of blood pouring down his side. He recalls it not being painful, yet his legs gave out from under him and he collapsed. Suddenly, he was in a void. It was pure darkness, broken by strange shapes and colors. He could feel himself being pulled into a new world, a world without pain, suffering, or death. He had no fear anymore, but he never quite got there. Suddenly, he jolted awake in his bed, very much alive. It was nighttime and he was sweating profusely and shaking. No wound on his side, in fact, not a scratch on him. He figured it was all of a dream until he got a call. After dozens of missed texts and calls, his friend Jake told him that their childhood friend Danny had been killed that very night. A madman had stabbed him. A year passed since that night, and Richard attempted to find some sort of normalcy in his life. That was until the 18th of August 2007. Instead of celebrating his birthday, he stayed home with a bottle of whiskey and played video games. After passing out drunk at around 9 p.m., he was awoken at midnight to the sound of someone breaking into his front door. He could hear whispers and began to panic, and so he fell out of his bed onto the floor, alerting the intruders, who ran upstairs immediately and shot and killed him. Once again, Richard found himself in the same void that he found himself in a year prior. He admired the same shapes and colors as they passed, except this time he saw several trees in the distance with people hanging from them. But before he could make sense of it all, he was awoken by a phone call. He was alive again in bed. This time it was his father. It turns out his mother had been killed by some intruders who had broken in. She was the only one at home. That's when Richard knew that he had to come clean. Knowing he would sound crazy, he told his father what was going on, how he was trapped in this bizarre loop, and how every time he woke up, someone that he cared about died. And shockingly, his father believed him. He moved in with his father to help support him through their loss, and so time went on. Time went on, of course, until his next birthday came. This time, Richard slipped and fell in the shower and broke his neck. It was then that he woke up to find out that his boss, a wonderful man who was always kind, had fallen in the shower and broken his neck. That was when Richard decided to take things into his own hands. He knew none of this was a bizarre coincidence nor a premonition, so he had to put an end to it. He would end his own life. But as it turns out, it wouldn't be that simple. No matter what he tried, nothing worked. He tried hanging and the rope broke. He tried a weapon, but it jammed. He even tried driving into a tree, but he survived that too. He was a slave to destiny, and it was maddening him. In 2009, he was hit by a drunk driver and his girlfriend took his place. In 2010, he drowned and his neighbor had to go through it. In 2011, he died of a brain aneurysm, which ended up killing his aunt. And so on and on every year like torture. By August of 2019, he would die for the 14th time. He had fallen sick, and he and his father knew that his time was almost up. That night, after dying, he was jolted awake and called out for his dad, but he was met with silence. This time, his father had taken his place. The one person who understood. The one person who knew what he was going through, and now he was entirely alone. He inherited multiple things from his father, not the least of which was a letter written to Richard from several years ago. Dear Richard, today is your birthday and it has officially been a year since your mother passed. While I miss her greatly, I'm thankful to still have you around. I know that if she was given a choice, she would want you to live, and I feel the same way. We both know that I might one day take your place in death. Never doubt that I would happily give my life if it means that you may live. You didn't choose this curse, so never blame yourself. Just do what every person is supposed to do. Appreciate the people around you, because you never know which day might be your last. I love you, Dad. This broke Richard, and he finally knew what he had to do. He moved by himself to a cabin far away from other people, far away from any relationships or connections to another human being, to save them, to stop people from dying, until he can figure out not only how to die, but how to stay dead. Number 2 is Turn It Off. Written by Paul M. Chill, this is the story of a young boy who just wanted to have a camping adventure with his friend, until he came across something unexpected in the woods. It was a warm summer night in July, and Paulum had the house to himself while his parents were away for a couple of weeks visiting family. Pollum didn't care very much for his relatives, so he decided to stay home and enjoy himself. It was 9:22 p.m. and his night was peaceful. He started chatting with his friend Chris on his laptop, discussing how both their parents were away and how they should do something fun. They decided on camping in a tent in the forest behind Chris's house the next day, and so plans were set. So Pollum went to go get the tent for the next day and glanced outside into his garden where he saw something out of place. It was a dark figure standing against the back garden fence. Shaken, he messaged Chris back and asked if he'd be willing to come by that night, and so Chris did. As he arrived, they laughed that Pollum was afraid of his own shadow. That was until they looked in the backyard and they both saw the figure together, standing there. They decided not to investigate and simply go to sleep. The next morning, they had forgotten all about it, as it was a beautiful day, and they decided a perfect one for camping. They left for Chris's house and went into the forest to set up. Struck by the size and beauty of the forest, they decided to go in as far as possible to make the camping adventure seem authentic. Chris offered to go back to his house to get a lantern before it got dark, and so off he went. Pollum decided that this was a good opportunity to close his eyes and enjoy some peace and quiet until he finally heard Chris suddenly return. "Did you get the lantern?" Silence. The footsteps walked just past him when he heard Chris yell from the house that he was coming. As he returned, Pollum's face went white as he explained how someone or something had just walked past him. But as it was a public woods, they decided that it could have been anyone, as people were free to walk through it, and so they continued on with their day, walking through the forest and chatting about the future. Night fell, and with the tent set up and the lantern inside the tent, they decided to finally fall asleep. But soon, Pollum awoke in the middle of the night to see the lantern was no longer there. In fact, it was outside, 20 feet from the tent. Someone had entered their tent and removed the lantern without making a sound. Terrified, they decided to leave and go back to Chris's house, but got turned around in the woods. The boys were now lost. The only thing guiding them was the soft glow of the lantern, which they followed back to the campsite, but that is when they saw it. "Chris, turn it off," Pollum said. "There's something inside the tent." Inside of the tent was a huge dark figure, positioned just inside of the entrance, waiting for the boys. Their belongings and sleeping bags were all arranged neatly leading to the entrance, as if to entice someone to enter. Pollum again pleaded with Chris to turn off the lantern, which was now in their possession. "Chris," he pleaded in a whisper, and a voice responded. "Chris." The blood ran cold in their veins. "Chris, turn it off." Out of sheer panic, the boys ran into the opposite direction into the pure dark of night, not knowing where they were going, only that it was away from whatever was waiting for them in the tent. Suddenly, Pollum ran into a tree, smashing his head, almost knocking himself out cold. 3 full minutes went by with Chris trying to help Pollum get up, with nothing but silence. And that's when they heard it. The creature was among them. A click-clack sound was approaching them. An otherworldly, demonic sound that no human could make. It was now an arm's length away from them. "Chris, please. Chris, turn it on, please." Fear took over. Chris switched the light on and tore off in the other direction without even looking behind him, and Pollum followed. Tears in their eyes, combined with the pure blackness of the night, made it impossible to see. Sheer terror was in their heart, and they heard the creature running after them. And that's when they saw it, a faint light up ahead. It turned out to be streetlights. They finally made it onto the road and kept running, but when they looked back, they saw the figure who had been following them on the road. The creature was white, massive, and had a long, upright body full of kinks, like it had just unfolded itself. It was a nightmare come to life. The boys kept running and finally made it to Chris's house, unaware if the creature was still following. They ran upstairs, locked themselves in the bathroom, and waited there until the sun came out. It was now the next day, and everything seemed normal again. That's when they got a call from each of their parents asking how they were doing, and all they could say was to come home, that something had happened. So the parents said that they would, and the boys felt safe again, temporarily. As night fell, Paulum went home once again and waited for his parents. But after settling in, he heard the sound again. Click-clack, click-clack. He looked out into his garden, and there it was, a tall silhouette leaning up against the back fence. But this time, the figure slowly moved away from the fence and clicked across the glass towards the house.
Please.
And number 1 is a peculiar kind of madness. Written by Matt Demersky, this is the story of a boy's grandmother who had kept a secret from the family right up until the end. Matt and his family were visiting his grandmother for her birthday, and possibly for the last time because she was 98 years old. They drove for several hours through the vast fields of Iowa, down a narrow dirt road to the house that their grandmother had lived in her whole life. For as long as he could remember, everything had always been the same, never changing. The fields remained the same, the house too, and curiously, so did a little bell that was raised high on an old metal crook. It sat out in the field about a quarter mile from the house to warn those inside that there were heavy winds and a storm that was coming. But the bell had rusted over decades ago, except today the bell had been scraped and polished clean of rust. As he pondered who cleaned the bell and why, they walked up to the house to say hello to their grandmother. Matt and his family had a great time, and after some time passed, they all went to sleep. But that night, Matt was awoken by a faint light coming from under his door. Upon investigating, he found his grandmother sitting by herself, watching TV. "Sit," she said. "I'm going to tell you a family secret. It's for you, possibly for your brother, but not for your parents. Do you understand?" She went on to say how she was an orphan, which Matt already knew, but then began a story which Matt was not prepared for. When she was young, her family was eating dinner one night when they heard the ringing of the bell outside. She had 5 siblings: Mary, Arthur, Eleanor, Clarence, and Ruth. Strangely, Matt had never heard these names before. On this particular night, the bell kept ringing and ringing despite there being no wind outside. Her father first sent Clarence outside, him being the oldest, to check on the bell and stop its incessant ringing. Bringing a candle outside to check, the metallic sound stopped as the candle's flame flickered next to it briefly before going out altogether. That is when the ringing continued. Her father then sent Arthur out to check on what was going on, convinced it was a trick being played on the family. So Arthur went out with a lamp, and as the lamplight hovered there, the bell stopped ringing again. But it then began ringing once again. One after another, her family would send the children out, convinced that they were playing a collective trick on him. Next out was Ruth. A flickering light, the stopping and starting of the bell again. Her, Mary Eleanor, and her mother knew something was wrong, but her father only persisted. "She's fine. Damn kids are just playing a game with us," he said. Eleanor was sent out next to check on what was going on. The light went out. The bell continued to clang. They waited in terrified silence. Finally, one by one, Mary, her mother, and her father went out to the bell. All lights extinguished, and the bell continued to ring, ominous as ever. Matt's grandmother was now alone and terrified, so she hid in the cupboard. And that is when it came. Pounding on the front door, then a tremendous crash. Something or someone was in the house. And that bell, it was now in the house. It rang in the kitchen. It rang outside and beside the bed. And finally, it rang just outside of the cupboard doors. And then it opened. Terrified, Matt asked what she saw. "That's not the point," she said. "I'm here, so obviously I survived. And a young man like you doesn't need to know what horrors walk this world outside the paved cities of man." The thing that opened the cupboard door and stared at me from the dark, the thing that hoped to wait out the candle before the coming of dawn, had a bell tied to one of its teeth with a blood-soaked rag, such that it would clang when its mouth was opened for hunting. Somehow, some way, some heroic poor soul managed to tie a warning bell to that thing before they died. We heard that warning bell all night long, and yet my entire family walked out there, one by one. We didn't listen because we didn't want to listen. My father knew what he was doing halfway through, but he didn't want to accept what he'd already done. So he did what's even worse and continued feeding it life. Fear will tell you to put your candle out, but your head will tell you to keep it lit. Don't give in to fear. You keep it lit. You get through this. Turning his head, Matt suddenly became aware of a sound in the distance. It was the bell. It had been ringing the whole time, but he was so caught up in the story he didn't notice. How long has that been ringing, he asked. That's when she clenched her fist, turned back to the television, and went silent. Thank you for watching. If you want to read these stories in their entirety, go to the links in the description and be sure to follow the authors who wrote them. Be sure to drop a like on this video, and remember, follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/MatthewSantoro so that you can catch the next time I'm live. And I'll see you in the next video. Sweet dreams. Oh, you thought the bodies in your favorite horror movie were fake? You probably thought your favorite creepy movie was made of special effects and fake blood and bodies. But the truth is, some directors have done the unthinkable to make their creations as realistic as possible. In fact, some of them are a bit too real. These are the 10 most disturbing films ever made. Number 1 is Cannibal Holocaust. One of the most truly disturbing films ever made, as it turns out, took it a bit too far. So far, in fact, that some lives were really lost. Released on February 7th, 1980, Cannibal Holocaust is an Italian horror film directed by Ruggero Deodato. The movie became the subject of controversy over the incredibly realistic and truly graphic violence throughout the 96-minute runtime. In fact, Deodato was actually arrested shortly after the film premiered due to many people believing that some actors actually died on camera, mostly because the violence appeared to be really happening. He was later cleared, but the movie was still banned in multiple countries. Despite the actors surviving making the film, it turns out that it was in fact the animals that really suffered, with much of the brutality towards them actually committed. Number 2 is Pink Flamingos. Initially released on March 17, 1972, Pink Flamingos is a disgusting movie created by John Waters, who produced, wrote, shot, edited, and directed it, likely because nobody else wanted in on its creation. This self-proclaimed American comedy follows a drag queen character named Babs Johnson, who must defend her title as the filthiest person alive against a few other people who, for some bizarre reason, really want to steal it from her. In one incredibly disgusting scene, characters consume dog feces, a prop that has, since then, been confirmed to have been 100% real. That's right, the actors ate real dog feces on camera. Number 3 is Visitor Q. Produced with a budget of only $60,400, Visitor Q was released on March 17, 2001, and contains everything that you'd expect from a film to make this list. This Japanese black comedy slash drama slash horror film by director Takashi Miike delves into the dark, incestual lives of a truly sick family through the use of the popular found footage gimmick that we saw from the Blair Witch Project. Crafted to resemble a low-budget documentary, Visitor Q includes scenes of rape, prostitution, drug use, and even necrophilia, all committed by members of this family, often with other members of the family and the infamous Visitor Q. But in one truly stomach-churning scene, the father, Kiyoshi, comments on how easy it was for him to physically have sex with a corpse due to something corpses naturally do soon after dying, the voiding of their bowels. Number 4 is I Spit on Your Grave. Written, produced, directed, and edited by Mir Zarchi, I Spit on Your Grave was released on November 22nd of 1978 and was almost immediately met with controversy, most notably due to its incredibly graphic violence and a far too long scene involving a sexual assault. Also known as Day of the Woman, what makes this film even more disturbing is that the victim of the sexual assaults turns things around on her attackers by seducing them and mutilating each of them in grotesque ways. In one scene, after burying an axe in a man's back, she used the motorized propeller of a small boat's engine to disembowel another. This movie is considered by many, including critics such as Roger Ebert, to be one of the worst films ever made. Number 5 is Guinea Pig, Flowers of Flesh and Blood. This film is actually one in a 6-part film series out of Japan called Guinea Pig. This dark and graphic series was produced by Hideshi Hinro, who also starred in and directed the film. The second film in the Guinea Pig series, Flowers of Flesh and Blood, was released on November 30th, 1985. This movie follows Hinro as he dresses as a samurai, drugs a woman, and then kidnaps her. At his home, the man then cuts her into pieces and adds them to his collection of body parts. This movie is so realistically gruesome that actor Charlie Sheen, the tiger-blooded wizard himself, was convinced that the murder was real. He was so disturbed that he notified the FBI about the killing soon after seeing it in the early 90s. Though no charges were ever actually filed, some people still believe that the producers should be arrested over making something so horrific. Number 6 is Caligula. This film is one of the most widely known disturbing films in existence, partly because of the fact that there are multiple well-known actors in it, including Dame Helen Mirren, Peter O'Toole, and Malcolm McDowell, who starred as the main character. Considered to be a pornographic historical drama, Caligula is an Italian-American film directed by Tinto Brass. Initially released on August 14, 1979, this movie is still to this day banned in multiple countries due to its graphic content, which includes graphic, unsimulated sex scenes and hardcore nudity. Additionally, a number of critics have claimed that the film is incredibly negative, offering no saving scenes of happiness of any kind, which just adds to how disturbing it is. The controversy should come as no surprise when you hear that the film was the first and only one produced
just I've slept 10 hours.
Today was fun. Today was fun. It was really fun today. I mean it. I haven't had that much fun in a long time, you know. Well. You sure took your time today, didn't you?
Don't tell me.
What's up? Yeah, I got dinner covered, like I always do.
Should have stopped a while ago, but I can't help it. It's just so.
Was someone tailing you? Just being thorough then? Well, let's hope that you didn't screw up again like the last few times. I've already given you enough chances as it is, and let me remind you that this is the last one I'm giving. So, let me ask, are you sure about these ones? I don't have much time to waste on these today, so for your sake, I hope they are. You're sure? Well, we'll see about that soon enough. So, our esteemed guests, my name is not important, but you might be wondering why you're here. Well, all of you have information that I need. Very important information. Information that I would do anything to get my hands on. And if you kindly comply, then nobody gets hurt. And you all get set free. Walk away from here, none the wiser. But if none of you speak up, all worthless trash to me. And I won't think twice about incinerating you right here and now. They're shaking a bit. No need for that. Don't be scared. As long as you cooperate, that is, everything will be fine. It's fine. But I said I don't have much time today. So, let's get down to business, shall we? You there! Grab that one and bring them to me. Well, let's start with you then. So, you know exactly what we want, don't you? I need their location. So why don't you be a good little hostage and tell us where? Huh? You don't know anything? Are you telling me that my little subordinate over there doesn't know what they're doing? Hey! Did you hear what they just said? They don't know. Right. It seems that we aren't being persuasive enough. How about I give you a little offer? You tell me everything, and I won't have to torture you to set an example in front of the others. I'll count down. And if you still haven't said anything, well, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shame. Don't say that I didn't warn you. You're... Huh? Oh? It seems that you're quite lucky. Get this one away. You! Bring that one. Kindly, if you would. Well, now that you so kindly volunteered, why don't you tell me the information that I need? I don't need to explain myself twice, now do I? What? Not saying anything? Just a moment ago, you were so eager to stop me from making an example of your friend. Ah. I see, I see. You're trying to be the hero, aren't you? Am I right? You're trying to be the hero. Then let me give you a piece of advice, hero. Don't. This world doesn't need any more want-to-be heroes. It doesn't need any more fakes. Now, tell me what we need before... What? This one isn't even part of the group? Someone you just picked up along the way? What did I say about collateral damage? Enough. I said enough! Enough with the excuses. Enough. Go. Go get out of my sight. And take them away. I'm done with these stupid farces. I'll take care of this myself tomorrow. Huh? What to do with them? Deal with them! And make sure nobody would... Huh? What did you just say? Huh? Nothing! Nothing! Go! Go! Take the others. Leave this one with me. Keep them in the hostage room for now. Wait for my instructions. Now go. I'm losing my patience. It's just you and me now. Nobody can hear us or see us without my word or permission. So, let's talk. A moment ago, you called me... Tell me, how do you know that name? Huh. And how are you so sure that that person is me? And here I thought I left those god-forsaken days behind me. The moment that the incident happened. I thought I took care of all the loose ends connecting me to that name. So. How is it that you know of this? Are you one of the people that I saved? Do you know how many I saved? And how many I couldn't? Or are you one of the dogs that they sent to catch me? One of their obedient little puppies? Or are you just some crazy fanatic? Huh? You did some proper research into this, didn't you? Well, it doesn't matter either way. The one that you know is long dead and gone. And he should be forgotten along with the rest of those days. What? You've gone silent all of a sudden. What? Not going to say anything? If you're not going to say anything, then our conversation is over. Not that we had one to begin with. That means I need to take care of you. Huh? Aren't you scared? You think I won't do it? You still believe? Yes? You finally say something, but the words that come out of your mouth make no sense. Are you stupid? Are you crazy? Why? Why do you believe in the me that's long gone? Why, when everyone else abandoned that version of me, when everyone used that version of me, when everyone deceived and betrayed me? Huh. Huh. I see. Still, what makes you think I won't? I'll burn you to ashes until not a single trace is left. Do you understand? You really aren't afraid, are you? If I aim those flames even just a little bit to the left, you'd have died. How can you put so much trust, so much faith in me?